Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? And yeah, today we're back. Gonna continue working on Kubernetes setup. So yeah, we're doing fine. Good to hear that. But yeah, yesterday we started working on the Kubernetes setup. It was working more or less fine. Like we managed to put gateway server just running inside Kubernetes. Very, very simple setup. And we tried to make the game data volume to be attached, game data image to be attached as a volume, which we couldn't do because that feature is just, it's not implemented in Kubernetes. So yeah, let's continue from there. So I actually found a potential fix for that. It's this thing. We could use init containers. I totally forgot about those. I don't think I've ever used those. But yeah, this looks like exactly what we need. So we will create a named volume. It's going to be empty volume, not persistent one. We're going to mount it to both the main container and the init container. The init container is going to be our game data image. And then, yeah, we will just copy. So this is basically exactly what I'm doing on my Docker Compose setup, more or less manually with a script. This will make it work exactly the same in Kubernetes. Hello, I'm 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. How are you doing? But yeah, let's try. Let's see if that actually works. Or maybe we can adjust these settings a little bit, because this is basically just a template, basically default Helm template, and I don't need some of this stuff. I will need liveness and readiness probe later. But volume mounts, that should be defined manually. Volumes should be defined manually. We will see. So, I think we're actually more or less fine with this template. I will adjust it later because we still have to, like, this is just one deployment of a dummy gateway server. We actually have to deploy that in various different ways. And we need not just the gateway, we need login, vault, and zone servers. And each of those can be like multiple instances of that. So, first thing that I wanted to do is this needs to be moved to here. Then we need to define the volume mounts in a similar way that they define here in this example. So volume mounts, let's get rid of the templates. So name is going to be game data. Mount path. App data local. Okay. We can get rid of, we will reuse some of that. So first of all, we need a separate image settings. So this is going to be game data image. We'll copy that. This is a tag. And we can get rid of these volumes. Also, yeah, I need read only on the server side. Okay. And these volume mounts also can go away. So we have volume mounts, right? We need to define the volumes as well. So let's get rid of the templates. So here, game data. This is actually has to be an empty dir. I don't remember how that is defined. Empty dir. Size limit. I think we can just define empty dir like that, if I remember correctly. So without any settings. I don't need size limit. Medium memory. No, I don't need it to be in the memory. It can be on disk. So, okay, we have that. Now, now we need to do this thing. Let me take a look. It should be somewhere here. Yeah. So, we need to create an init container. Let's copy this. So this is gonna be game data. Image, we can copy that, but instead we need to use game data image from the values. Image repository tag. Okay, so I have the commands. Should be basically the same as they are using. It's basically exactly the same. Wait, this is, I just copied this. No, I need this. So from /data, it should copy to data external, right? So it needs to mount the game data volume, mount path, should be data external, right? Yes. Okay. Is that everything? Think so. So we have an init container. Hello, Black Beverage. How are you doing? So yeah, we have an init container game data, which pulls the image from the game data repository. We should also define the pull policy. But yeah, we use this image without the app. We just use the image itself, right? Yes. So we use that. Default should be latest. Also here, default should be latest. So we have that image. On start, it just copies from /data to /data external. Data external is our, oops, should be game data volume, which is this one. It's empty directory. Then in containers, we use volume mounts, game data. It should be mounted to app data local as read-only. Okay. Should be good. So, right. So first we need to start a minikube. Also, I would need by the way, I wanted to try and make the font settings a bit larger. Defaults, I guess. Appearance, font size. Can I do 24 as I do in the editor? Oh wow, this is huge. Maybe I can do just a little bit smaller, so you guys still can see it, but it's more manageable on my side. Maybe we can do even less. 16. And this is barely readable for you guys, I think. Yeah. 18. Should be fine for you. Like that. So this is 18. Okay. So that's running, and I need it here. I need it in the specific directory that we just created. So Helm, I need my commands. So this is now like that. We don't have force. We don't have purge. Okay. Wait. This is not the console I need to be messing up with. Okay. So let's see what it generates. Okay, so should be good. By the way, I wanted to open the dashboard, minikube dashboard. Right, so right now we have one thing failing. Let's just delete it. Helm, is it uninstall or what? Delete. Okay. And now we can try, let's do lint first. Good. Install. Okay, so Is that good and running? I guess so. Where is my log? Where is the log file? Pods. This is what I need. View logs. Okay, so this is running. Let's take a look. Okay, we have data local. Nice. We actually have the files from game data. Nice. These are all the CSV files that we need. One thing that I wanted to check is geodata, nav meshes. Okay, good. Have the nav meshes because those are Git LFS objects. I wanted to make sure that we have them properly extracted from Git LFS. Okay, so it works. It just works. So yeah, init containers was the solution. One thing that I want to check is what happens if we do update the game data. So so yeah, let's make this bigger. So yeah, I wanted to check what can we modify easily and test. Yeah, let's modify the walls file. So let's open it here. CSV worlds. Let's name it test. Ymirheim test. And I'm gonna push that like that. Deployment test. I need to wait for a minute for it to build. Well, maybe not a minute, but a few seconds. So we're gonna deploy this version now. Wait for it to build. Should be quick. It's done. So now, if I do update, is that done like that? Upgrade. Upgrade. Let's see if that works. Oh, sorry. I really need to fix my my playlists. But okay, this is the thing. Yeah, I need to make sure that my playlist is PG-13 compatible. Data local CSV vaults. Yes, we have our Ymirheim test. Okay, now let's revert that. Revert commit. But yeah, it did work basically perfectly. This is exactly what I needed. So if I just change the tag to indicate the new commit, and just upgrade the deployment, it will do its job, which is awesome. Okay, so right now I don't need to update it. It can run that version, no problem. What I wanted to do, liveness readiness probe. Can we play with that? I needed to... Oh, can execute the command. Basically, I needed to try and open the connection, TCP connection to the port. Not minikube. kubectl. Okay, so status running. HTTP get TCP liveness. TCP socket. And this configuration will attempt to open a socket to your container on the specified port. If it can establish a connection, the container is considered healthy. If it isn't, considered failure. This is exactly what I need. So, let's uncomment that. So liveness probe readiness, that's defined right now in values like that. So I need TCP socket port wait, what? But not HTTP. What port are we listening to? I think 6401. But does it say anywhere? I should add it to the logs. Like client listener service certain client connection listener, I should add on port whatever. But okay, let's see here. Not Boulder. Yeah, 6401. I should probably name it explicitly. Service port. Okay, I already have it. But I need to name it as gateway. No, wait. This is gateway client listener. How did I do that on my previous setup? Ports, clients, gateways, vaults, zones, gateways. Yeah, let's keep it that way. Let's name it clients. here, clients. Container port. Why is it service port? It shouldn't be like that. Okay, this is fine for now. For now, this is fine. We will clean up the settings later. Now we use 6401. Right. Let's just check. So how do we check liveness HTTP? No. Go proxy. Describe pod. This one. I can just look into the, this thing. Container ready. Initialize, fast ready to start containers. Here, liveness probe. But where is the status? I mean, I guess it just works. I guess it just works. Okay. So now what do we do? So we have a gateway server running. We have game data running. It's actually working perfectly. We have liveness readiness probe. So now I guess we figure out this template so it actually works with multiple instances. And yeah, we could do something like this. Wait, this is a service. This is deployment. Wait. Oh no, I already had it actually implemented as an init container in my previous setup. Okay. 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 Well, whatever, I guess. Yeah, we had config files. That's something that I would like to do. And about these config files, this is just the main config. Oh no, here is the config map. So I'm still gravitating towards this approach where we define instances as basically an array. Different types. So gateway, login, vault, and zone. Then we can reuse the same config for all of those. But not sure about the gateways, because I wanted to define gateways as where was that? Daemon sets or whatever. Daemon set. So how a daemon set is different from a deployment. I think, if I remember correctly, it's basically the same as deployment in terms of definition. A daemon set ensures that all our SAM nodes run a copy of a pod. As nodes are added to the cluster, pods are added to them. As nodes are removed from the cluster, those pods are garbage collected. Deleting a daemon set will clean up the pods it created. So this is a nice nice concept, but I'm not sure if that's what I need. It actually looks exactly like a deployment. So maybe what we can do is maybe we can define our instances the same way we did in the old implementation, like this one. But for gateway, if the type is gateway, we just change kind deployment here to kind daemon set. Maybe. So what do we have? Let's compare. API version and kind, yes, and metadata, sure. So the same. Body template, spec template. Yes. And spec selector, only required. Okay. So yeah, it's basically the same. So maybe we can do it like that. So we change the kind of the spec based on the type of the instance. If it's gateway, it can be a daemon set. Everything else is just a deployment. Or maybe we can even define it in the values. If we want gateway to be a daemon set, you said enable that. Because maybe you don't want that. Okay. Let's do that. So let's start with redefining these values. Actually, let's copy that file and we just start from scratch. And this is our old definition. So app image, game data image. So yeah, this actually looks good. Database. I actually like this definition in the values. We're gonna skip the database for now. Values copy, this is what I need. So let's update the repository. Tag. Environment name, this is gonna be staging for now. So this kind thing, it's gonna go away. So this is gonna be AD, 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 AD. So type gateway. Let's add deployment type. Daemon set. Right? This is how it's called. And we're gonna comment that out for now. Oh, external IPs. I don't remember how that works. I need to figure that out first before proceeding, because I need to connect that to the outside network. So let's bring back the old values. And let's see, in the app deployment, we have ports, name clients, container port. Okay. Nothing else. Then we have in service, cluster AP. If external AP is else cluster AP. I don't remember how this works. This is for setting up a service. More information can be found there. Service type, ports. So cluster AP exposes the service on a cluster internal AP. Choosing this value makes the service only reachable from within the cluster. This is the default that is used if you don't specify a type of a service. You can expose the service to the public internet using an ingress or a gateway. Oh, what is the gateway? Can I make my gateway a Kubernetes gateway? Gateway resource defines a point of access to which traffic can be routed across multiple contexts. For example, from outside the cluster to inside the cluster. Each gateway is associated with a gateway class, which describes the actual kind of gateway controller that will handle traffic for the gateway. Individual routing resources, such as HTTP route, are then associated with the gateway resources. I don't remember this. This looks new. I don't know. Gateway API. Example use cases show this related ways. What is that? Can I define my own implementation? Why is this so weird? Gateway API, custom resource definitions, then HA proxy, Kubernetes ingress controller, your back resources. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. But okay, an outport exposes a service and each node's AP the static port. To make the node port available, Kubernetes sets up a cluster AP address, the same as you had requested a service of type cluster AP. Wait, what? To make the node port available, Kubernetes sets up a cluster AP address, the same as you had requested a service of type cluster AP. Okay, so probably I would need a node port. Maybe I am gonna use this gateway API, but this looks like something third party and experimental. Not sure if I can implement my gateway. Probably I can. If they made it work with HA proxy, my gateway server is basically like an HA proxy. So it should work. But yeah, let's focus probably on the node port for now for the gateway servers. So now I know that the service type should be node port to expose it to the public, right? External IPs. Cluster AP. If there are external IPs that route to one or more cluster nodes, Kubernetes services can be exposed on those external IPs. When network traffic arrives into the cluster with the external IP as definition IP and the port matching that service, rules and routes that Kubernetes has configured ensure that traffic is routed to one of the endpoints of that service. When you define a service, you can specify external IPs for any service type. Huh. So yeah, maybe I can use just cluster AP with external IP. So this is probably what I've been using before. Okay, so let's try to create a service for our gateway server. Maybe we can copy this service from the test for now. Service metadata, not test, but this is now Ymirheim server. So name, labels, type, service type, port, service port. So target port, let's do clients, because right now we only have our gateway with the clients ports. Yes, TCP name clients. This is weird. How did I configure it? Name port, target port. Okay, TCP selector. Okay, and I need these things. After the ports. So let's add these external IPs. To here. I need to know the IP of my Minikube. Minikube SSH. IP address. I have no idea, to be honest, what is the actual address. Like this running Docker inside complicates things. What do we have in the VM settings? Network adapter, default switch. Where was the network adapter settings? Virtual switch, default switch. Yeah, I don't know. So we have let's see. Okay, this ping. So probably this is my IP address of the Minikube in my Minikube virtual machine. So let's try that. Type cluster IP. Type cluster IP. Okay, this should be working. Let's do template. So service, release name, cluster IP 6401. Target port clients, protocol TCP, name clients, external IP. Well, let's see. Service. Like, my gateway server should actually say something about that. No? So it points to the pod. That's good. But my pod doesn't say anything. It should output a warning because we did this connection. But okay, maybe we can just try and connect our client. One sec. Let me test this. Actually failed. Doesn't say anything in the logs, which is weird. Maybe I need higher level of logs. Higher level of logging. But yeah, it did fail to connect immediately, which to me looks like it did manage to connect. Oh, there we go. Nice, 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 nice. It actually works. I can connect to my gateway from the outside. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Well, I can see one problem. It actually shows an incorrect IP address. This is probably in the internal Kubernetes network. And I need to somehow fix that problem, but that's for later. Right now I just want to make it run. But let me write it down so I don't forget. So make sure external client IP addresses are properly logged by gateway Okay. So that works. That works. That's good. Okay. Okay. So now it should get removed. Yeah. So, since that works, I can try to figure out this structure now. So let's set the IP address that we were working with. Let's also copy that into the new file. So replica count, we have it here. Image policy, repository policy tag. And this thing, image pool secrets. It should be like this. Like multiple secrets should be defined. Name overwrite, full name overwrite. This should be at the very top. Service account, so let's do that as well. Pod annotations. Pod labels. Pod labels, pod annotations. This can be defined in multiple places, actually. Could be defined in the app, like here, or it could be defined per instance. I think we need both. So we do this on the app level, and we do this on this level as well. Okay. But security context. What is this and do I need it? Run as user, run as group, file system group. Supplemental groups. I don't need that, to be honest. But we can make it configurable still. So how do I do this? Where is that security context? Here. Again, I can define that on both levels, the app and each instance. Okay. Security context. What's the difference between security context and pod security context? So this is on the deployment level in spec. But what's this then? That's on the container level. Okay, sure. We can do both. Not sure if I need it on both levels, but it should be pretty easy to do. So let's do that. Have the service configuration. For the servers, I have just this external IPs. Maybe we can do also service type. Port. Let's do service. External IPs. Service port. And service type. Service type, service port, service external IPs. Not sure about this login connection yet. How does that work? Do I have it here? No. Here? No. Here. Type kind. I see. So that's just creates config file. Okay, we can do that for now. Okay, what else? Do that. We don't need an ingress. Resources. Yeah, I would like to define that as well. And again, I think it should be available on both levels here. On the app level and on the instance level. liveness probe, TCP socket, readiness probe. I don't need to define that, to be honest. That should be hard-coded. So we can probably just copy this and put it directly into here. Like that. To scale it. This is for later. I'm gonna skip that for now. Not selector tolerations affinity. This should be defined. Actually, not sure. Maybe just on the instance level. So this is not selector tolerations affinity. Not selector affinity tolerations. It's definitely should be available on the instance level, but maybe I want a global thing as well. So we can, I guess, also define that on both levels. Okay. So this is it for the config. So let's rename this as a copy and rename our new one to the values. So this is our new values file. We have instances defined properly. Let's remove these ducks. This should be above, not selector. Okay, yeah, this should be it, right? Then we need to properly define our deployments and let's close this. Properly define our deployment and service. And that should be similar to what we had in there. So what I'm gonna do is so we can try and just create a new file for now. Actually, not deployment copy, but let's do this app deployment, not move, but copy. And we will refer to our this deployment, but we make it per instance. Actually, no, I need to make it from scratch. So I have this deployment, right? We copy it there. Now this needs to be made per instance. So we refer to this one for range of instances. And deployment. So here what we can do is we can use This one, deployment type. Where is the default thing? Wait. So default deployment type. Where the hell is it? Strategy recreate. What does that mean? Strategy specifies the strategy used to replace old paths by new ones. Can be recreate, roll and update. Wait, roll and update. Roll and update is the default value. Recreate. All existing paths are killed before new ones are created then. This will only report termination previous to creation of upgrades. If you upgrade the deployment, all pods of the old revision will be terminated immediately. Successful removal is awaited before any pod of the new revision is created. If you manually delete a pod, the life cycle is controlled by the replica set and the replacement will be created immediately. Roll and update deployment. Let's see. Well, yeah, for now, maybe we can use recreate because I'm not sure what's gonna be the implications we would have to test. Can we, for example, have two login servers running simultaneously? One old one, one new one? Probably we can. Can we do that for vaults? Not really. Because the new vault will try to connect to the login server and the login server will probably reject it because the old one is still there. Zone servers will work, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, for now, just to be safe, we can set it like that. So this is in spec. Spec strategy recreate. To do, try to make the roll and update working. Okay, how to scale it. So if it's not enabled, then we set the replica count, but this should be just dot replica count, default one. Okay. Selector match labels. Don't remember how this works. But okay, selector labels. That's global, I guess. Okay, template, metadata, labels, annotations, labels. Yeah, this can be tricky because now we have multiple instances. Maybe I would have to define it manually. Pod labels. So we have pod labels on the app level. Values.app pod labels. And we also have it on the instance level. So it's just .pod labels. Right. Image pool secrets. That should be on the app level. App image. Values.app. Image pool secrets. Okay. Service account name, pod security context. That's on the app level. And it's on the... Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, this can be tricky. So because I decided that we can have this, for example, pod security context defined on both the app level for every instance, and in addition on every single instance as well, right? This can be tricky to actually implement because we cannot duplicate the key in YAML. We can only duplicate the values. So maybe we move this above and do like that. Wait, did I close the range tag? I did not. I'm pretty sure. No. Maybe I can test some things before continuing. But I need to convert the values thing. So game data image repository tag pull policy. And we also need the secrets. Image pool secrets. Can we have this image pool secrets on the container level? Not sure. I assume we can, but for now I'm gonna skip it. Let's just make sure that we updated the values. So, okay, security context. Where is that? It's on app level. App image. This is actually gonna be service port. Yes, service port. I need to make this configurable. Okay, resources. This is the same thing. Not sure if I can do that. Let's for now use app resources. App node selector. Affinity. Tolerations. And see what comes out in the template. Okay. Service YAML. Oh, yeah. I need to update the services. No, wait. Crap. So I would have to delete the old deployment. Let's move these two to this folder. And test this. Okay, what's going on here? App deployment. Values, full name override, null pointer. It should be there. I have no idea, to be honest. Actually, I think I know. No. Full name. Hello, Kurisawa. It looks like it cannot find the values, which is weird. Um, yes, this is the problem. I need to use the root pointer here. Because this is now the context of the range. But annotations. Values but annotations. 17 values.app but annotations. Wait, what? App but annotations. Do I also have to do this? I do. Wait, is this how I was doing that? Yeah. Okay, I see. Line 34. 34. What's here? Values, game data, image, repository, game data, image. Yeah, this is different. Game data dot image. Game data dot image. Somewhere else? What? Wait, what? Oops. Okay, 51. Chart name. Okay, we have a template. I need to comment out some of the things for now, because there's too many. I just need two to see what's going on. Okay, so I have the service account. Sure. Then I have the deployment. Kind of deployment. Kind of deployment. Security context. That's right now empty, right? This is one of the security context. Yes, this thing. So this is where I tried to combine two fields, right? And right now, both of them are empty. So probably that means that when I land this thing, it will fail. No, it actually works. I deleted the previous installation, right? Okay. Okay, let's take a look. So everything looks fine. Container port is empty. Why? Service port. It should be there. Oh wait, this is the login. Okay. Now this is the login. I need to make their names different. And that could be a problem. Okay, I commented out the login, so right now we only have gateway, service account, and the gateway. It looks fine. Let's try to install it. Okay. Okay, this runs. So yeah, looks like it's not a problem if we have empty security context like that. So yeah, now we can try. Where is the security context? We can try enabling this one. Nothing changed. Why? Oh, that's pod security context. Ah, okay. So I was testing the wrong one. I need the pod security context. So let's see if I do this. Okay, now this one's here. If I do pod security context here. Okay. And what else can I do there? Just to test. Okay, it combines. Okay, perfect. So that works. We can implement it like that. So, where is the pod security context? Here. No. Oh my god. Here, pod security context. So we need to implement these combined properties exactly like we did here, which means, let's start from the beginning. Pod annotations. So this needs to be moved, oops, here. And we need that pod annotations. Key. Labels, pod labels, and this. Image pool secrets. Let's delete this. And let's see if we can move the image pool secrets from the spec to the container. This should be more than 8. Let's see. Yeah, this should be... So this is 8, 10, 12. Such a stupid system. But okay, can we define this here? Image pool secrets. And do the same in here. Also, this is for app, but this should be for game data. Let's try to deploy that. No. Unknown field. How can I see that it's wrong without deploying? I guess I can't. Okay, so image pool secrets. How was that working in my case? It was not. Okay. That means they can only use one. So game data cannot have a different image pool secret. So this gets removed. Okay. So now I move it back to there. Okay, image pool secrets. So we use that. Service account name, security context. We did that. Game data container. Also, this probably can be moved to the values, to be honest. Okay. Command parse, this should be conditional. Also this. but for now it's fine. Let's just make sure that we have, resources. This needs to be like that and like that, right? We do have resources here and there, yes. Okay. Volume mounts, volumes, not selector. Again, this gets moved. Duplicate that. Get rid of that. Same for affinity. Duplicate, remove. Same for tolerations. Okay, let's see. Do I have anything weird? Annotations are empty. Hopefully that's fine. Security context, we checked that. That looks good. That looks good. Resources is empty. Not selector affinity tolerations. Let's see if that deploys. Yeah. Looks totally fine. Services. Oh, I don't have services yet. I get rid of the file. But okay, that works. That works. And it actually does that per each defined instance, but now we need to figure out how we're gonna name the instance properly, give them unique names. Let's delete that for now. So now let's add login. Don't have that for now. Also, let's double check pod annotations, pod labels, present on both levels, security context, resources, not selector, tolerations, affinity. Okay, and let's double check that we have all of those actually defined. So we have pod annotations, good, pod labels, good. Security context, security context. This isn't correct. This should be like that. Okay, security context resources. Yes. Not selector. Yes. Tolerations. Limit. Okay. Good. Good. Yeah, now we need to figure out how we can name the services differently. How did I do that? Yeah, I was using the templates, but custom labels. So release name, type kind. Full name is metadata name, release name, chart name. So full name override, chart name override, release name. Okay. So name doesn't include the release name. Full name doesn't include release name, right? Let's double check. So we have full name here, metadata name, release name dash server name. Okay. Where is the normal name? Probably it's in the labels, selector labels, chart labels. Selector labels. So in labels, so Helm chart. These are the selector labels, right? No. So Kubernetes IO name, Ymirheim server, instance name, release name, version managed by. Yeah, name should include the type and ID. And that's a problem. Like this is easy. I can just copy this, add it here, change this to ID, and we have our name. Release name, Ymirheim server, login, ID. How do we change this? Do we need to change this? Instances release name. Yes. Part of. I don't have that. Managed by Helm version. Huh. Do I need this to be unique? Let's see. So now we have gateway 1. Wait. This needs to be a string. Okay, gateway 01. Class name Ymirheim server gateway 01. Right. That's supposed to be 02. Okay. Login default. Let's try to deploy 2 gateways and see how that works. By the way, where is the service type? Oh, I forgot to define the service type. Oh, because I don't have the service. Right, sure. But that's okay. Let's see, we have 2 gateways defined. Let's try to install it. See what happens. One is failing. No? Yeah, one deployment is failing, but not the pod. So 2 pods are running. That's good. But what's wrong with the deployments? Because probably we have a naming conflict or something. Deployment does not have minimum availability. What? Minimum replicas unavailable. What? Yeah, that's probably because of the resource selector. Yeah, 02 links to replica sets of 01 because of the selector labels. No, it has the pod. So what's wrong with the replica set? Successfully created. Run and desired. So why is it broken? It restarts. Application shutting down. Why is it shutting down? Liveness prop failed. Okay. I know what's wrong. This is service port. It shouldn't be the service port. Container ports. This is probably gonna be just 6401 always. And the same is for this. Yes, now both of them are running. Okay, so maybe we don't have to bother with the labels. Name instance. Maybe we're good. I don't know. Like, it does work, it does fetch the stats even. Everything looks good. That's the old replica set that was not working. Okay, maybe we're good. I'm not gonna bother with all of that for now. Name instance part off. Yeah, my previous implementation was a little bit more sophisticated, but not sure if I need that. So metadata labels. It was name instance part of managed by. So all of these. Here we also have selector labels. Selector labels. That includes the chart up version. The chart itself, chart name, and managed by. So selector labels are just name and instance. Full labels are Helm chart, selector labels, name instance, and version and managed by. There we go. Not sure. For now it works. We're gonna say that it's okay. So what else do I need? I need a service. But first, let's uninstall. Yes, I need this service now. And this also needs to be defined like we did with this thing. Okay, so for the values, I need to set this. Okay, now let's see. That's good. Service type. So this needs to be replaced with dot service type. And it should be default cluster AP. Right. Okay, service type. This is service port. Target port. Yeah, that depends. Ports, name port, target port. Name port, target port. Protocol, TCP. Okay. This will be dependent on the type, but for now, for gateways, it should be good enough. Now, external IPs, that's again per each instance. Service external IPs. Why is that aligned so weirdly? Okay. Selector. Should be good. Let's check the templates. So app service. Yeah, the name needs to be fixed. Like here. So name label should be fine. Cluster AP 6401, 6402, target port clients, protocol name. So internally, the app is gonna be running on the same port for every instance, right? And we're just going to target different ports. Not sure if that's a good idea, to be honest. But okay, we can figure that out later. For now, it should be good enough. External IPs, selector. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, the service needs to select a deployment. but these selectors are the same. So this will point to both deployments at the same time, which is not what I want. Okay, so I guess we would have to work with the labels and selectors properly, like in a custom way. Yeah. We can make this thing here. So this is this thing. And we're going to remove the name. Going to remove the name from the selector labels. We're going to make it custom. Manually specify everywhere. So labels, selector labels. Yeah, we need to add this in here. So like that, type dash ID. And here. And here. Now in service, we need to add that. Oops. And that. Let's see how that looks like. So we have service account, service gateway 01, name gateway 01. We have an empty line Y. Um, there we go. Can I move it like that? Yeah. Right, so service, release name, Ymirheim server, gateway 01, name, Ymirheim server, gateway 01, chart, instance release name, part of Ymirheim server, version managed by. selector name, Ymirheim server, gateway 01, release name, part of. Not sure if we actually needed that here in the selector. Technically, it will work. Part of. We just need name and instance in here. Selector labels. Selector labels. Yeah, probably I can adjust that. So we can move this part off from selector labels to here. Let's see. So here we have labels, correct name, chart, instance, part of. In selector we have name of the deployment and release name. Gateway 02. Gateway 02. Okay. Deployment. Release name. Ymirheim server gateway 01. That's good. It's a part of Ymirheim server. Should it be a full name? Nah. Instance should be indicating that part. Okay, selector match labels, name and instance. Okay, good. Template metadata. I don't remember what's the difference between the deployment metadata labels and deployment template metadata labels. Probably this is being used for the replica set or for the pod. Probably for the pod. But okay, gateway 01, release name, part of Ymirheim server. Good. Service account name, security context, and that thing. The same for the second instance. Okay, what about the ports? One sec. So for gateway 01, we have clients container port 6401. For gateway 2, we also have 6401. Yeah, that needs to be changed, to be honest. But it also needs to be adjusted so the gateway server itself opens up a different port number. Let's do that. But first, let's try to deploy this. It looks good. Install. Okay. So let's start with the deployments. Gateway 1, gateway 2. Pod. Wait, deployment. Yes. Part of Ymirheim server. Okay, so deployment looks good. Pods. So this is our pod. Okay. Pulled containers. I need to adjust the command, but okay, we're gonna do that in a moment. Will it state the environment variables if we pass some environment variables to the container? Liveness probe. Okay, this looks good. Logs look good. Actually looks fine. I also wanted to double check if we have logs. We don't. Does it run as root? I guess so. It doesn't output logs to files. But okay, we will check that later. Okay. Deployments, pods look good. Replica sets, yeah, that's fine. Services. So yeah, we have two services running on two different ports. So if I open gateway 02, resource information selector, yes. Cluster IP, endpoints, client 6401, 6401. So yeah, it points to 6401 of the pod. Right. I want to test if that actually works. So if I connect to 6402 on the IP address, one sec. Okay, it disconnected immediately. That means that it did receive the connection. So let's check this pod. Perfect. It did connect. I wish I could see. But yeah, that's 02. It did connect to the correct pod. If we check 01, we don't have anything. Perfect. So that actually works. And now we can actually spawn different gateways at the same time. So, actually, let me close that. And I don't need this anymore. I wish they had like dark mode for this website. This is annoying to work with. But okay. So far so good. So far so good. So now we have the services. and deployments per each instance. We need to take care of this. So right now it only stars the gateway server without any parameters. What I need is this. So let's copy this command. And let's see. So for gateway, yeah, it does that. We don't have the app files anymore. We can get rid of that. That's good. Environment is now specified as -e, single -e. Environment name, yes. We don't have kind, we have ID. Right. Let me check. Do I need anything else? Let's take a look at this Docker Compose template. Environment ID. Yes, this should be it. So this should cover our commands. Now ports and liveness and readiness probes. Can I make it a one-liner? Let's make this a one-liner as well. So this should be an array of objects. How does that work again? I don't remember. One sec. YAML object single line. Oh, with a comma, not semicolon. So it should be. Let's start with this. So an object here, name clients, comma, yes. Container port, protocol. Like that. And this should be conditional dependent on the type. So this is if it's gateway. Copy that. So for now, it's going to be just gateway. Clients, container port. So this should be configurable. I actually want the service part to be configured not only on the service, but also here as well, inside the container. Should be easy to do. Like that. And we also need to configure this thing as well. We could do that with command line arguments. We could. So where is it? Connection client. Listener port equals this. We could do it like that. Or we could pass it as an environment variable, or we could pass it as a config file like we did before here. Like here it just specifies the login connection. This is also something that I need to do. Release name. I think actually making the config maps is much more visual than trying to do this thing. But let's try this. So what are we ending up with? Gateway 02. Okay, so we have gateway server, we have connection client listener port 6402, staging ID 02, have ports 6402, have our liveness and readiness probe. Okay. Resources volume mounts. Let's check it out. It actually should work. Okay. So gateway 02. Seems to be working. Yeah, I don't see on which port it actually listens. But yeah, the ID is 2. Staging. Okay. Now can I connect it? 1 sec. I can. Yes, I was able to connect. Right. So, what does that mean? So this works, but now what I want to do is let's try to make the configuration map working. But in a little bit different way. So here we actually created config maps within the deployment itself. Instead, I want to separate that in a different file. So let's add new file app-config map.yaml. And yeah, let's copy all of that and get rid of this. So name is this, labels this, data. So now we can just use the correct names. We don't need the environment name anymore and have strange environments. Because our files actually been loaded. Every single file has been loaded. So for gateway, let's remove that, I think, for now. No, we can't. So for gateway, I need what? I need this. No. Yes, client connection. Wait. And this listener port should be .service port. Okay. Connection login. Yeah, this. Login connection. Type login ID Ymirheim. It shouldn't be the release name. It should be this name. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, this is still something that we need to figure out. So for gateway, we have that, and we're gonna remove this. We're gonna get rid of the database, I think, maybe. I'm just gonna replace the release name here with this thing because I'm pretty sure I have to use the service name instead of the release name that I had here before. If not, it should be very easy to put it back. Okay. So I have that. Should be good. Do I have kind? Yes, I do have kind. Kind needs to be replaced with ID. Should be this is not correct. This is the login connection. Yeah, login connection type -id. World. This should be world connection type. Oh, connection ID. Gateway listener hostname. That is supposed to be this full name dash type dash ID listener hostname. This is going to be service port, but that's for later. So this should be good for the login server. Can I delete template invalid? So what do we have? Login connection type for what? 16. Have this commented out. So I want this to be an explicitly a string. Okay. App deployment, service. These are our two config maps. So let's see. Okay, config map, release name, Ymirheim server, gateway 01. Okay, that looks good. And now in the data we have 6401 for 01 host, Ymirheim server, login, Ymirheim. That I don't have it. Okay. Here, config map, gateway 02, 6402, login connection host. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. What if I deploy it? Looks like it works. So, a pod. Where is the config? Weird. Oh, I need to mount this config. Okay, I did create this config map. It's there. But now I need to mount it into the deployment. How do we do that? Like that. Okay. Okay, so config. So this should be in the volumes of the deployment. Let's put it first. So config map, name. Why was it released by release name? It looks like there was something about it. Type -id. So we have the volumes. Now we need to mount them. Yeah, like that. Volume mount. Name conf. Mount path conf local. Okay, let's see if that works. Where's my upgrade? Pods. Okay, so I have, yeah, conf 02. So yeah, that should be good. Should be working. In theory. But okay, also what I need is let's do it like that. So the file name actually contains the ID. So we don't have any conflicts. Okay. But also, I wanted to actually have a config directory like we had here, so I can do some general settings. So let's do new folder conf. And let's see. I can probably just include this directly in config map here. And now here, what we can do is we can put an analog config. But since we're using staging as our environment, we can call it like that. Actually, no. No, let's not use the default, the development as staging. Let's use production as staging. And just change the log, minimum log version, log level. Levels. Trace should go into the console. Okay. Oh, and I see why we didn't have the log files, because we only log errors into the files in the production mode. Okay, good. So now we have the analog config. Have the analog config. Config map. Let's see if we just do the upgrade. Huh? config map 10. What? Oh. That's because I need this pointer. No? Parse error. YAML to JSON line 52 did not find expected key. 52? What if we comment out this thing? Hmm. Let's Google this thing. Helm files glob as config. Yeah, exactly like that. Let's try with something simpler. It doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's wrong with the XML file then? What's wrong with this? This doesn't work anymore. Uh-huh. Indentation. As usual. And yeah, by the way, I need to rename that to Ymirheim server, gateway server. Okay. Now let's try to bring back the analog file, analog config file. Hopefully now it works. Yeah. Let's try without debug and see if we have any. No, we don't have any errors. Okay, good. Let's try to deploy it. Upgrade. Okay, gateway 02. Replica set, pod. We still only have the info level. Maybe I misconfigured it somehow. What is this? Should be trace. Wait. That's levels. No, still it should be. Conf local. So the file is there. It's actually working, but doesn't affect the actual output in the console. Let's change it a little bit. Also, what we can take a look at is logger factory. So let's see, default settings. Conf local analog environment name.config. They should, it should pick the first one, right? Yeah, it should work. $15. Ah. Yeah, it only changed the config map. I see. I know what's wrong. But okay, let's see now. We just deployed our new thing. Now if we go to the pod, nice. We have the traces. Now it tries to connect to... How do I follow? Auto refresh. Yeah. And yeah, I guess liveness probe checks if the new client can connect. But yeah, we were able to actually load our custom file. So okay, this is perfect. So that means that we now can rename this to staging. This will be our staging analog config file that shows the traces. Okay, so this actually, I think, is everything that we need. At least what we had. We ported everything, right? Let's double check. So this is the old, yeah. So I figured out this thing. Release name. Ah, I see now. So I was using a release name explicitly instead of this thing. I see. This is why I had the release name everywhere. So yeah, that was a good thing that I updated these settings in the config map, for example. Yeah, this thing. So yeah, this is the correct way of specifying the host name. Now, release service. Oh, yeah, that's okay. So yeah, replica count technically should work, but it's not working in our current setup. Maybe we can figure out how to do that in the future. But for now, it's okay. Name instance managed by. So yeah, we did figure out the game data. It actually works great. Container commands, we did port that. We didn't port all the ports yet. So yeah, I guess this is something that we need to do right now. So for login, this is gonna be called gateways, service port, gateways, and vaults. So we need 2 sets of ports. gateways and vaults. Okay, service port. So here we have technically 2 service ports. Crap. And for login, I guess we need 2 services. No, we can define 2 sets of ports within a single service. Okay, good. But still, that means that we need to somehow define the port numbers. I guess for now, let's hard code them. And we only check the gateways for the liveness and readiness probe. Okay, for the walls, we have zones. Let's hard code that one. And for zones, we have gateways that can connect. Actually, I'm not sure if this is a good idea that we're doing instances of gateways like this. Maybe we should actually try the replica count and make that work, because, yeah, that would mean that we can auto-scale. And by tying to a specific port, it's not gonna help us in any way. But to do that, I would have to set a custom ID for each instance of the replica. So can we retrieve like some kind of ID from the replica set? Like, I remember there was a way to retrieve some kind of metadata from Kubernetes and put it into like template, not the template, but I don't remember actually how that works. Into config, I guess. Like this last piece of the name is the replica instance, right? It should be retrievable somehow. I don't know. But okay, let's get back to our file. We were trying to make everything else work. So we did specify all the ports, right? Volume mounts, we did that. We did game data, config game data, image pool secrets, yes. We did this config map, yeah. So that's it for the deployments. We ported all of that. Services, we didn't port all of those yet. So we need to tackle these ports. So the service port, I don't know. Technically, I can use the same ID across every single instance and hardcode the ports. Let's do that. That should be auto-scalable. So we're gonna get rid of the service port. We're gonna hardcode this. In the service, we're gonna just hardcode this. Login, gateways, vaults, vault zones, zone gateways. I can set protocol for these. Target port. Oh. Target port clients. Target port gateways. Target port vaults. Okay, we can get rid of this. So now we do hardcode the incoming ports for the service, but outgoing ports are named. That should use the same name as in the service, and in the service we have them like that. Container port. Container ports are hard-coded. Okay. So now, if we comment this out, we change the ID to Ymirheim. Okay, I see what I was doing there. Okay, good. So we get rid of that. We don't have a service port anymore. We have just type and external IPs. Don't have service port. Let's leave it commented out. Okay, so have the ports hard-coded, the container ports hard-coded in the deployment, and name them. In the service, we hard-code the incoming ports, but we use the named ports for the target ports. Points into the deployment. What else? Have the external IPs. So that should be all supported. Okay. So this should work. This should work. So let's see what it generates. Service, config map, listener port. Yeah. So this now actually doesn't matter. Wait. Config map. Here we can actually get rid of that. We only need to have the login connection dynamic, right? But yeah, the gateway itself doesn't know how to connect it and on which port. But that's okay. For now, that's okay. Okay, this should be good. Let's check it out. So for gateway, we just have the host. Okay. So this is the service for a single gateway server, port 6401 on this IP. Sure. Now this is the deployment. Staging AD Ymirheim. Container port 6401. Yeah, this looks good. So now let's try to deploy this. See if that works like that. Looks like it does work. It's running. Oh, I actually do have the listening log, but yeah, I guess it should be useful to have that in the info level. Oh, by the way, I forgot to revert my changes here. This min level, yeah, let's do trace for now. Oh, and by the way, if I do upgrade now, it should update the log file, and it should automatically detect that theoretically. No, it doesn't. That's a bummer. Config maps. Yeah, it is updated, but oh, I think I know. No, out_reload is set to true. Huh. Why didn't it update? Yeah, it is changed, but analog didn't catch it. Weird. Should have done that. But okay, it doesn't matter. Maybe analog does, not analog, but maybe Kubernetes does something weird with like remounting the files. Like probably deletes or renames the old one and puts the new one into place instead of changing the contents of the file. I'm guessing. So, okay. Now let's see. Can I set replica count to 2? What would happen then? Two pods, one deployment. If we go to the services gateway, yeah, the service actually points to 2 pods. So how does that work? Does that mean that I have 2 hosts? Have 2 hosts with the same port. How does that work? Can I connect to the game? I mean, connect my game to the server. And to which one would it connect? That's the question. Okay, so we did connect to something. It connected to the first one. Let's check one more time. Now it connected to the second one. Okay. So it's either random or round robin, something like that. Not sure if this is what I want, but it's cool. Yeah, it looks like round robin. So here I have like 2 pods connected to the same servers. And on the first one, I have 2 connections. On this one, I have a single connection. Actually, this is weird. Now it duplicates the logs. Weird. But okay. I guess replica count works. And this means that, at least in context of gateways, I can do roll-in deployment, roll-in upgrade. Okay. In case of logins, so if login server goes down, that means that, yeah, the vault is not able to talk to it, but when it comes back, login server will catch it again. This is not the login server. This is the login server. Well, okay, I guess it should work. Okay. I guess now we can try and make the login server work, but for that one I need an actual database. Like in the end, the database is going to be on a separate server, so I can theoretically, like, instead of configuring it like this, I could specify a config file. I'm not sure if I can connect to my Docker server from the Minikube. Let's see, maybe I can. What's the host for that one? Wait. This is Sage. Yeah, what's the host name for this thing? This one. Can I pin this IP address? Oh my god, I thought I copied. No, I can't. Other in different networks. So Minikube is in default switch. Docker is in static switch. Well, let's delete this. Let's stop Minikube. Maybe we can put them into a single network and they will be able to see each other. Because I would really like to connect to an existing database. So I don't have to put the database in here. I would love to do that. So this is now stopped. Okay, let's see if it starts. I moved it to the static switch that I have configured for my Hyper-V. So it retains the IP addresses. Let's see if it actually works. Because Minikube could theoretically rely on the IP address that it knows or something like that. I don't know. So I would really like to remove this and configure database connection in separate files. Yeah, and the big question is, will gateway connect to login? But first we need to bring the login server up, and that could be tricky. So for this thing, I need this. And the host should be... Crap, what is the Docker IP address? It should be this one. Come on. Where is it? I don't think it's starting, to be honest. It takes way too long. Like, the VM is started. But yeah, maybe it relies on the network somehow. I don't know. Oops, I accidentally shut it down. Well... yeah, I don't think it's working. Just because I changed the network adapter, why could it break? I don't know. Maybe it had an IP address hard-coded somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, it does have an IP address hard-coded. Interesting. I think I broke it. Yeah. It had an IP address hard-coded. I have no idea what's the new IP address. Let's try to start the virtual machine manually. Networking, static switch IP address. Huh. I don't see the IP address for it. But maybe that's normal, I don't know. Like the IP address is empty here. For Docker it does say the IP address. For here it doesn't. Interesting. What's the default username and password for this thing? Should be Docker TC user. TC user. Huh. Root and no password. Ah, okay. Root and no password. Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have IP addresses. What? What do I do now? Minikube. Static IP maybe. Setting static IP for cluster. Yeah, that's the old IP address. Okay, let's shut this down. Minikube start static IP. What IP can we assign? 3, 4, I don't know. I don't remember which ones I have free, but this should be enough. Static IP is only implemented on Docker and Podman drivers. Flag will be ignored. Ha. Ha. Maybe I can just... Maybe I can just set this IP address in the config file. Let's copy the file first. Let's see. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, I see what I had to do. I would have to probably delete the machine. Because... Actually, maybe what I can do is... Let's bring back the old IP address. Let's bring back the old network switch. It was default, okay. So right now it's on default switch. Let's try to start. But with this argument Hyper-V virtual switch, and it should be static switch. This is what I'm using for Docker. It's still using default switch, and it's using the old IP address. So I guess I have to delete the machine. Because yeah, it's still using the default switch. But it's... Oh, okay. So yeah, it did start at least, and it updated the IP address. Wait, why is it... Is it normal? Yeah, I guess. Let's delete the Minikube VM and start it with the specified network switch. How do I delete it? Okay. It got deleted. So now we try to start it with the static switch. Did it say anything about the static switch? No. Let's try this. Okay, now it's configured to the static switch. I can already see it. So now it's using static switch, so it did respect the settings. Okay, while it's creating, I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Do I do the BRB sooner? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, looks like it's still saying that it's creating. It's not creating anything. I guess it needs a static IP address or something like that. I have no idea. I think it expects the DHCP configuration or something like that. Mount AP. No, this is not it. It's a Sage AP address. Static AP. Set a static AP for the Minikube cluster. The AP must be private IPv4 between 2 and 254. Okay. So maybe we can try this. Oh wait, Docker and Podman drivers only. Subnet? No. Oh wow, what? Hyper-V was unable to find a virtual machine with name Minikube. Well, it's right there. Stupid thing. Okay. Minikube static AP. Oh my god. Static AP equals this. Yeah. Flag will be ignored. And you cannot change the static AP on existing Minikube cluster. AP not found. I don't know. Like, to be honest, I have no idea. So I've created this static switch. It's internal network. No VLANs, no anything. It should just work. Maybe I can somehow route it, I guess, through Windows, because it does create an actual physical network adapter. Let me see. Ethernet. No. Advanced adapter settings. Static switch. I have no idea. Failed to start host. Provision AP not found. What does it say in the config now? Can I try to set the AP address manually there? IP not found. I have no idea. Is it somehow different to my Docker? No. I have no idea. Okay, how did I do this for the Docker? Hyper-V static AP. I need to somehow set this static IP address inside the VM. It should work. How is this? How is this configured? What distribution is this? What do I have here? Hmm. It can only set the static AP. The mini cube is supposed to use static AP only when running on the Docker backend driver. But I needed to set a static AP inside the virtual machine. And I have no idea how. I have no idea. What is this script? It's in Docker. What are these results? It's completely irrelevant. Docker desktop driver. Oh my god, why is this so hard? Okay, maybe I can Google this stupid error. Right. This is stupid. I mean, I can put it inside the Docker VM. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to easily get rid of it. It's stupid. Okay, maybe I can get rid of Minikube and actually set up something like K3s inside a proper VM. Or we can create a VM, set it up, and then execute Minikube in there. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Looks like I just can't use the static IP with this stupid thing. So another way would be to actually deploy a Postgres inside the Minikube. That would be a quick way. Let's do that, I guess. Because yeah, I cannot access my Docker virtual machine from the Minikube virtual machine because they are on different networks. And yeah, maybe I can set up routing rules somehow. I don't know. But I think it would be just faster for me to set up the database inside Kubernetes. I mean, I would already manage to finish that if I started with that approach instead of trying to solve this stupid error. Annoying. Like, I already have something for that. I mean, yeah, I can just use this. Shouldn't be a problem. Wait, I needed this thing. Okay, so we have our minikube back. Sure. Let's keep it running. So now I'm gonna just put my Postgres image into that thing. Not gonna spend any more time on this. Because yeah, I have no idea how to, like, what I need to do is I need this image to start to, like, I need this virtual machine to start in Hyper-V. I need it to be assigned to my static switch. And I need it to actually set static IP address within the operating system settings. I have no idea how they do that. It's some kind of weird distro, probably some kind of minimalistic cloud distribution, and probably it's initialized with cloud image or something like that, cloud init. I don't know. So yeah, let's put this database into there. How was that working? I actually had multiple of those. Persistence enabled. Yeah, we're not gonna have persistence in this minikube. So yeah, I guess let's copy this to here. Yeah, it's gonna be a single database. It's gonna be, wait. That's old, this is new. Something like that. Same thing here. So this is values dot values. Yeah, wait a second. Let's copy this. Let's just copy one of this. Okay. So for this, we need this repository /db. I already have that actually. This tag like that. So db image. So db image repository, db image tag, pull policy, secrets. Secrets are a little bit different now. App deployment. Here, image pull secrets. Okay. Should be good for the deployment. And then db service, let's name it correctly. Service. This is, oh my god, this is the name. Oh, by the way, API version v1. These are the labels. How do we do this with app service? Selector. db. Okay, we should be good, theoretically. So, let's see the template. Service account, config map, app service, db service. Okay, Ymirheim server db. Okay, for now it's fine, but later I want to make this optional, like if it's not defined, if it's commented out, it should be completely skipped. Actually, I can do that right now. It should be with where can I get the example? Here. No. Should be if values db hopefully this is enough. App deployment db service. So now if I comment out this thing, it should be gone. App service Yes, okay, perfect. So it works like that. Now let's check the actual settings. DB service looks okay-ish. And deployment. Right, this is app deployment. DB deployment. Server DB, DB. This is actually not what I need. Oh no, it is. It is the migrated image. It should be good. So we have the credentials. Okay, let's install this. Metadata labels. Selector does not match template labels. Template metadata labels. Aha. Well, first of all, this thing. Second of all, template metadata, annotations, I don't care. Labels. Should be like that. Okay. Okay, the database doesn't want to start. Everything doesn't want to start. Why? Oh, I don't have the secret now. This is unfortunate. One sec, I need to create a new secret now. Well, can it fix itself? Maybe that. Come on. Okay, successfully pulled the image. So at least that works. Okay, database. Okay. So database is running. Now, services. I need this service to be set. Oh my god. In here. And that theoretically should be good for our login server to start. And this DB connection is not yet active thing that we can configure. Yeah. So yeah, probably we will just get rid of it. Yes. Let's get rid of it. So let's just try to upgrade. It should create the login server now. Okay, failed. The pod is running though. Okay. Okay, should be working. So let's see. Login server. What do we have here? New gateway connected. Wow. Gateway actually connected to the login. So yeah, now they are talking to each other. And we were able to connect to the database. Okay. It works. It works. It works. It works. It works. Oof. Okay, now what? So we have a login. We have two gateways connected to the same login. Not sure. It actually looks like... okay. There we go. The IP addresses are messed up in this cluster. I have no idea how I can fix that. At least I need the gateway server to know the real IP address. And I'm not sure how we can do that. But okay, at least we have these two talking to each other. This is awesome news. Gateway. What is this? I'm actually not sure if everything... Gateway. Looks like we have only a single gateway that was able to connect. Name or service not known. Name or service not... What the hell? This looks weird. Something did connect to gateway. Cannot create login connection. Wait. I know. This login server Yeah, it's not gateway connected, disconnected. It's the liveliness probe. Okay. Let's try to delete. So they are not talking to each other. This is unfortunate. But okay, they are not talking to each other. Why? Why? So what do we have in the config map? Login connection type, login connection ID. Yeah, probably. I think I know. I just needed to restart it. I just needed to restart it because it didn't catch the settings being updated. I know. So we just need to reinstall this. And now we should end up so let's see, pods, db gateway 1, gateway 2, logs, name or service not known. Okay, it cannot connect to login. Why? Where is the config? Oh, that's init containers, conf, log staging, Ymirheim server, gateway server, ini, gateway server, Ymirheim. Connection login, Ymirheim server, login, Ymirheim. So let's see. First of all, do we have the service? No. Where is the release name went? Oh, I needed the full name. I needed full name here. Right. Okay. So that was a mistake. Another thing is the ID. Yeah, okay, ID should be Ymirheim. That should be fine. I just want to double check that in pods, gateway, that it... Where is the previous? Okay. App ID Ymirheim, environment staging. Okay, good. Now it should work. Delete, install. And 11. Okay. So that's DB. Pods. I need gateway and another gateway. No way. No way. It actually works. No, wait. Name or service not known. New client connected. Then new login connection created. Connection authentication confirmed. Connection authenticated. We did connect. And yeah, it stopped trying to reconnect to the login. And now we just receiving the readiness probes. Not readiness, but liveliness probes. Now here, same thing. We did connect. So yeah, first it tried to connect, it couldn't because the login server service was not up, so the domain name was not there. But okay, then it got up and then it got connected. So okay, that's good. What do we have in the login server? Login. Well, okay. Yes. This is 100% the actual gateway server getting connected. New gateway connection registered. And this is the app GUID. So yeah, we have 2 connections from each gateway server. Okay, it's working. It's working. They're talking to each other. Now for sure. Oh, can I connect my game to that thing? One sec. Wait, I need to enable an encrypted connections first. Also, the AP changed. Crap. So I need to do 2 things. First of all, I need Minikube AP. Not Minikube, Minikube AP. Not Mimi. What am I typing? What? I need the admin permissions. Okay, so this is the AP address. I need to put it in my thing. Okay, now, next thing is I need to enable unencrypted connections for staging. Where was it? Here. So we need to put it gateway server. We could do it here, but let's copy that. Let's assign it to staging. This one's gonna be empty for now. Login server, okay. So delete, install. Okay, theoretically should be ready. Yes. Let me try to connect. Unable to connect to login server. Not sure what exactly was that about. I need pods. I need one of the gateway servers. What happened? I don't have it. Interesting. So yeah, that's the server IP. Why can't I connect to it now? Wait, this is a different tape. Ah, yes, I know. It should be this. Okay. Upgrade should be enough. Okay, the IP has changed. Let me try to connect. Okay, username doesn't exist. That's good. That's good. Yes. It actually works. Huh. So yeah, let's take a look here. Encrypted connection requested. Good. So we have connected to one of the gateways. Good. Now on the login server side, there we go. User authenticated, session closed. Perfect. Okay, so we have half of the server running in Kubernetes. Well, that was a ride, but we still need to do world and a bunch of zones. So not sure what to do about that, to be honest. Also, we still have a problem with the config map. Where is it? Config map. We're creating these config files. I think we should move out of the config files and actually set that as environment variables, because we need the config files with the same name in the config directory. I could theoretically create a third folder that we are looking the files. Actually, that should be a good idea. Let me take a look. Configuration. And login as well, yes. Wait. I remember. It should be in the application house builder settings. So yeah, right now we have these config folders. I could add a third one. So we have default, we have local. We could create another one like this one called environment, or just env. So we'll load the configuration files from the default, which is built into the image. Kubernetes could put the files into the env folder. And custom files can be placed in local. I think that should be the better approach. But instead of that, instead of doing that, we could theoretically put these settings as environment variables. So I'm willing to try that before doing anything else. So here in the deployment, containers, image, command. I guess after the command, we could... Wait. How do I set environment variables in Helm? Not in Helm, but Kubernetes, deployment, environment variables, env, yeah, it should be like that. So here, this is actually a little bit tricky because I have to do it like this. Host should be like that. Also, that should be dependent on the type of the server. So let's copy that. So yeah, we could do something like that, and that theoretically should work. So if I get rid of this like that for now, actually we can comment this thing out. Should be good enough. For login, I think this is default settings, to be honest. Let's see, login server. No, it's localhost by default, so I do have to set it to the wildcard. So this is connection gateway __ listener IP for zeros. And we have the same for the connection world. Just in case, I'm gonna copy that as well. Probably this is the better approach, but I still want to be flexible enough to be able to do this as well in the third folder. So default env local, right? Do we have anything here? No. Here. Yeah, this can be also env. First we look in the local, then env, then in default. Okay. Should be good. Okay, so we did that. Anything else for a login? No, we did specify the database connection in a separate config file. Okay, good. Uninstall. Install. What's wrong? This is stupid. I'm just gonna delete this. No, wait. How can I comment it out so it doesn't end up in error? It's stupid. Line 55. You don't have a line 55. What's going on there? Ah, I see. What? $12. I have no idea. Such a stupid thing, this helm. I hate it. Why can't they comment out a block of code without indentation problems? It's not even indentation problems, it's something so stupid I can't. Okay, I'm just gonna delete this. Whatever. Because I can't. Okay, it works. Gateway connection registered. So yeah, environment variables actually do work. Do I see them somewhere? What's wrong? Readiness probe failed. I don't think that's true. Well, maybe readiness could fail. What did I want to see? I wanted to see... Is there any environment variables visible here? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So I have that. Okay, I think this is good actually. I don't need anything here. Wait, I need the world and zone server variables to be passed through to the deployment. Oops. So I need this thing to be for world connection zone, listener IP and connection login. Should be like that. So this thing connects to the login server. Okay. So that's enough. Then for a zone server, we have vault connection. Connection vault. That's the value. Connection gateway. Listener IP. Listener port. And listener host name. This should be the host name of the actual zone server. Okay. So this should be identical to the name. Yes. Okay. Now I can get rid of this. So, are we gonna try the vault now? Should be working theoretically. Oh, I need the database settings. Let's copy this. This is gonna be world server, right? World server. We need this. Yeah, it should be exactly the same. Okay. And the same should be for the zone server. It just needs the database connection strings. Let's double check. Yeah, database vault. Okay. So if we spin up this vault asker, we need the vault ID. What is the default? I think it's just ID number 1, but I need to specify that. Vault ID channel count. And I need this. And let's just copy all of that. So, world server. World ID 1, channel count 1. We expect one instance of towns, fields, dungeons, and transport. Okay. Should be good. Let me take a look at the settings again. What else could we do? Could we need? So we did that. We copied this, this, and this. Character creation, enable, deletion, stuff like that. Initialization, Prometheus. Yeah, this is something that I would need to configure globally. But that's for later. First, we need to make sure that we can actually run this thing in Kubernetes. So, do I just upgrade it? Okay, what's wrong? Login connection type. Login connection. Yeah. So I need to add this here. What else could I need? Should be good. Okay, looks promising. It's pending and it's green. Let's see. Pods. Volt. Okay. Name. AD Ymirheim masker. Okay, so it loaded the data tables. Perfect. That works. It's listening for incoming zone connection. New login connection created. Another login connection created. Perfect. Authenticated. Yeah, this is just liveliness probes. Can I make this auto scroll? Auto refresh. Okay. So we have Vault. What does login say? Okay. Vault connected AD 1. Ymirheim test status offline. Perfect. It's offline because we don't have the zones. It's not started. So now the zones. Let's start with 1. Towns. Sure. Replica count 1. For this one, I need world connection. Type world AD Ymirheim. Okay. Let's check. So zone. World host. World connection. Yes, exactly this thing. And it should open up gateway listener. And for the hostname, it should use this its own AD. Okay. In theory, that should be enough. Please tell me this is enough. No, it's not. Okay, so what's wrong? Pod is not created even. What's wrong? Wait, it just started. Okay, it was down for a minute. So, zone, Ymirheim, Oscar, towns. So flooded the data tables. Gateway listener, starting listening that. Okay. Cannot create vault connection. Name of service not known. Huh. Cannot create vault connection. Why? Where is the vault? Oh, wait. Connection vault host. Server vault Ymirheim. Ah, it's not correct. It's Ymirheim -asker. It's like that. Let's try to upgrade and see what happens. It should fix itself. Zone server. Okay. Let's see. Oh wow, oh wow, it actually started. Why has it started? Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. It hosted all the zones. Well, it's good and bad at the same time, because right now this single zone server decided to host everything, so it must report every single group to be hosted by it, which is not good. So let me check. But yeah, now, oops. If we take a look, pods, vault, no, not vault, login. Pods, login. It should say now that we have, yeah, status is good. So the game is running right now inside Kubernetes on a single zone server, but that was not my original intention. So we need to do some configuration for the zone server. We don't need this. MIM connections. Ah, I see, yeah. Gateway, client, packet login. I don't need that. We have the database. Yeah, we need this zone manager to be configured, at least this thing. Zone server. Wait. So I need to create files for towns. It should only host the towns. I don't need this here. Okay. And I also need to create towns, fields, dungeons, and transport. Towns, fields. Dungeons. And transport. Okay, so now this gets deleted. Actually, now this will be empty by default. So by default, it's not going to host anything unless you explicitly say that it can. So let's double check. Zone server, empty groups, zone manager. Wait, dungeons hosts dungeons, fields hosts fields, towns hosts towns, transport, transport. Okay. So now we have the towns. What's going on here? Can I delete? So we have that. So now if we start it, it should register, but it should not actually start creating zone instances. Why does it fail? I think the readiness probe needs some kind of timeout or something. So it waits for longer. So, pods. FBI, open up! Hello, Bone Compiler. Thank you for the raid and welcome everybody. Yeah, raid. Hello, hello. How you doing? How was your stream? What you were doing? But yeah, hi. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to set up my game server in Kubernetes. Just doing morning game dev. Nice, nice. What's your project? What you're working on? You can share anything if you would like. So what did I want to see? I want to see the Vault server. Okay. Now we registered a zone server with towns. Colony survival game. Architect of Ruin. Nice. Nice. Sounds interesting. Okay, so we have registered the towns, and now the login server should still say that the game server is... that the vault is offline, right? Offline. Good. So now we need to create the other copies of this thing. So we need fields. We need... what do we need? Dungeons and transport. Okay, so we have these zone servers. So now if we upgrade our setup, it should bring those up. And we should be able to see them, should be able to see the vault. Oh, zone server added. Yeah, and the vault status is good. Okay. Great. We have that. Everything actually looks totally fine. This is a bit hard to see, but yeah, we have zone server for dungeons, field, transport. We have our database. We have gateway, which is 2 instances of the gateway server. Login server. the world server and zone for towns. Okay, this actually looks good. This actually works. Amazing. What's next? Yeah, next I wanted to try and see if it's possible for me to create multiple instances of fields and see if those work properly. So if I just add another replica, I need to figure out the readiness problem. I'm pretty sure it's that. Oh no, actually, yeah. So, pods. Yeah, this is our new one. It should run empty, basically. It's not gonna create any zone instances, yeah. But it did register in the world. So what we can do now is in the world server, we can, that was fields. So yeah, we have 2 instances of fields. We now can require 2 instances to be registered before we start spawning the zones. So let's delete our setup and install it again and see what happens. Because now we should have 2 fields zone servers that should spread the load between them. I'm curious why is it failing? So that's scaled up. I have no idea why does it say that it's failing. Okay, so we have all of those running. Let's see. I should have. Wait, let's check the deployments. So yeah, we have 2 replicas of fields. That's our replica set. 2 pods. Let's check it out. So yeah, this one received a bunch of zone instances. And so is this one. So okay, let's see what they are running. So for example, hot F00. This one is not running hot 00. It's running Prantera. Prantera 2, Prantera 4, Cognito 2, Ymirheim 2. This one's handling Ymirheim 3, Cognito 3, Echo 1, 𝙽𝙴𝚁 F0, 𝙽𝙴𝚁 F2, Prantera F3. Yeah, this actually looks good. We can now actually spawn a bunch of zone instances and they are being picked up by the world and everything actually works. Now, can I log into the game? 1 sec. Because big question is, can gateway servers connect to the zones? Actually, I can see that. 1 sec. Let me take a look. So if we take a look at any gateway server, yeah, they did connect to the zone servers. Okay, good. Yeah, let's try to log in. Yeah, it's actually working. It's creating instances for quests. Perfect. Looks like it's actually running. So, I think we're good. Yeah, it's just a little bit weird that it shows as red. It was the same for the pods, right? Let's try to recreate. Delete. Install. Yeah, it shows for everything, even for the pods. Shows as failing. Why? Conditions. Pod scheduled, containers ready. Status false. What does that mean? Status false. Containers not ready. Wait, where did it go? What? Oh, 1 second. Am I still online? My power just went out. Okay, we should be good. I should still be online, hopefully. But yeah, something weird's going on today. I guess that's the benefits of living in Ukraine. Okay, so these are actually conditions. So these do get updated automatically. These are the events. This is what I was looking for. So let's see. Successfully assigned to Minikube. Started container. Created container. Container image. Already present. Started container. Container created. Huh. Readiness probe failed. Connection refused. Liveness probe failed. I need to read a little bit about these readiness and liveness probes. Because I'm pretty sure this is because of these guys. We end up with red statuses. I don't like that. Let's see. What if I just remove them for now? Why? Wait. What's wrong with my avatar? Oh no. There is not enough of light. Not enough light in my room. So I guess my avatar detects my mouse as being open. Okay, this is a problem. It can detect my eye blinking. Yes, that's good, but... Yeah, like right now, my mouth is constantly open on the avatar. 1 second, maybe I can fix that somehow. Because I think I need to reconfigure my avatar so it only reacts to the sound. Because right now it's both sound and the detect on the camera. I don't know. I'll figure that out later, off stream, I guess. So, okay, if we disable liveness and readiness probes, would that be good enough? Delete, install. It's still failing. Wait, maybe that was the old ones. Delete. Okay, so nothing's here. We install and let's take a look. Hello? Okay, yellow. Green. Or what were... Actually, I think those red statuses were when we deleted and created new ones right away. Okay, abandon. No. Still failed. Oh. There was an error message. There was a error message. How can I... Maybe I can see it on stream. I don't know. Let's try again. Maybe I can look it up later in the VOD. But I want to find out right now what's actually wrong. But yeah, apparently that's not because of the readiness probes. Oh, I did upgrade. I needed to delete. Okay, give me an error. Give me an error, please. No errors for me. Well, I don't know. It's weird. Let's check it out. Let's just see the documentation for this. What are the options? Initial delay seconds, period seconds. This is liveness. I need the readiness probe. Same thing. So initial delay. Crap. I think I would have to reconfigure this. TCP socket. Um, in the configuration file, you can see that the pod is a single container. The period seconds field specifies that the kubelet should perform a liveness probe every 5 seconds. The initial delay seconds field tells the kubelet that it should wait 5 seconds before performing the first probe. To perform a probe, the kubelet executes the command. The command succeeds, it returns 0, and the kubelet considers the container to be alive and healthy. If the command returns a non-zero value, the kubelet kills the container and restarts it. If the command returns a non-zero value, the kubelet kills the container and restarts it. I don't want that. Crap. I thought it's just crap. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but this is unfortunate. Probably I cannot use it. So if we describe our, I don't know, gateway server pod. Oh, right now they don't have the liveness probes, right? Maybe they do. No, they don't. Let's upgrade. Yeah, those are the events. Readiness probe failed. And that's it? Where is the success? No, probably doesn't, just doesn't display it, I guess. Okay, so we have that. We have liveness probe. What about readiness probe? Readiness probes are configured similar to liveness probe. The only difference is that you use the readiness field instead of the liveness field. Sometimes applications are temporarily unable to serve traffic. For example, an application might need to load large data or configuration files during startup. Yeah, like in my case on zone servers, or depend on external services after startup. In such cases, you don't want to kill the application, but you don't want to send its requests either. Kubernetes provides readiness probe to detect and mitigate those situations. A pod with containers reporting that they are not ready does not receive traffic through Kubernetes services. Aha. Readiness and liveness probes do not demand depend on each other to succeed. If you want to wait before executing a readiness probe, you should use initial delay seconds or a startup probe. What is a startup probe? Startup probe. Hello? In the case whether the application within the container is started, all other probes are disabled if a startup probe is provided until it succeeds. If the startup probe fails, the kubelet kills the container and the container is subjected to its restart policy. If a container does not provide a startup probe, the default state is success. I don't know if I should actually bother with these probes, because guess I have that already built into my world and login, so they internally track all the statuses. Also, let me open one of these on a second monitor. Maybe that will give me a bit more light. Okay, so liveness probe indicates whether the container is running. If the liveness probe fails, the kubelet kills the container and the container is subjected to restart policy. If a container does not provide the liveness probe, the default state is success. So let's say my gateway server stops accepting incoming connections. That's my probe, right? So TCP socket should accept connections. Then it will just kill the container and restart it. Not sure if it's a good idea, because theoretically my gateway can just stop listening for the connections, for the incoming connections, but it can continue running existing connections. Like right now I'm not using that, but that's theoretically possible, and maybe in the future we'll use it for something, I don't know. If zone stops receiving incoming gateway connections, then it's gonna be killed if I use this liveness probe. Maybe it's a good idea, actually. So if one of the server components stops listening for incoming connections, it will just be restarted. So if you restart a gateway, yeah, basically the old connections will be killed. It will be disconnected from login from zones. And yeah, basically all the players will be disconnected that go through that gateway, right? Then if it restarts, yeah, it just reconnects to the login. So that's fine. For login should be the same. Like, it's not a oh my god. Like, hello SKN. But right now I don't have power in my building. I'm sitting in the dark. And you're playing X-Files. That scared me. But yeah, hi. So, what was I doing? Yeah, the login server. If it restarts, everything's fine. It's not even gonna disconnect the connections that went to the zones. Yeah, died. Walled, though, there is a bug that I really wanted to fix. Not bug, technically, but a very unfortunate thing. So if a walled dies, it will basically destroy every, like, the zone servers that get disconnected from walled, they will basically kill all the zone instances, which is not good. I wanted to improve that and make the walled restarts more seamless. It's just, yeah, right now zone servers rely really heavily on a constant connection to the walled to synchronize all the states between zone servers. So that could be dangerous for the walled. Even if it stops accepting new zone connections, it could still be working theoretically. I don't know. But yeah, if it stops doing that, then yeah, that's definitely an indicator of an unhealthy server. So maybe it's good that it restarts everything? I don't know. And in case of zones, that should be totally fine. If you kill a zone server, it will just disconnect everyone who was on the zones hosted on that server. The world may become offline if that was one of the critically required zones, and it cannot host the zone instances and other zone servers. But again, that should be totally fine. So I don't know. Readiness probe indicates whether the container is ready to respond to requests. If the readiness probe fails, the endpoint slice controller removes the pod's IP address from the endpoint slices. What the hell is that? Of all services that match the pod. The default state of readiness before the initial delay is failure. If a container does not provide a readiness probe, the default state is success. I definitely don't need this. Like, my server already handles everything regarding that. It should be totally fine without it. Startup probe indicates whether the application within the container is started. All other probes are disabled if a start probe is provided until it succeeds. If the start probe fails, the kubelet kills the container and the container is subject to its restart policy. But what do you mean? Like, if I have a connection check, like the TCP probe or however it's called, where was it? TCP socket probe. If it tries to connect while the application is still starting, in the process of starting, it will try to restart it, or what? Container does not provide a start probe, the default state is success. Failure threshold. After a probe fails this amount of times in a row, Kubernetes considers that the overall check has failed. I see. So for example, if I define the startup probe with default is to 3, so it will try to connect 3 times. If it fails all 3 times, then it will try to restart. This can actually be useful. So initial delay seconds. What's the default is 0. Period seconds. What's the default? Defaults to 10 seconds. Okay. I'm not sure. I don't think I need the readiness probe, because just my server handles that already. And the liveness probe is not dependent on the success of readiness probe, right? All other probes are disabled if a startup probe is provided until it succeeds. So probably I need a startup probe to indicate that the server is started and it's ready. And then we can do the liveness probe, but in much more higher period. Because 10 seconds is way too much. I would check it once in a minute, maybe. Just so the cluster can heal itself without any intervention if something does fail critically and it cannot restart. So instead of readiness probe, let's do, where was it? The startup probe. So by default, it will start right away. Interval is going to be 10 seconds. And the failure threshold is 3. So it will be 30 seconds. Yeah, that seems fine. So if the server didn't start in 30 seconds, it will be restarted, I guess, which is fine. Then for the liveness probe, I want to say set an interval of 60 seconds. Like that. Okay, let's try to...
2 hours of reading documentation for 10 seconds of correcting code for solution. Programming can be a bit hard sometimes.
Okay. 1 second. How can I... Okay, stream elements is being dumb a little bit. I don't see the full text and I didn't hear it properly. 1 sec. Weird. How can I see the full... Oh, here you go. Yeah, basically like that. You learn a lot, read a lot of documentations, and then the actual solution is gonna be just one fix in the code. So yeah, let's delete and install again. And maybe now it's gonna behave a little bit better. Okay, so pending. Okay, it actually looks better now. No, fails, fails, fails. Okay, I see. Startup probe failed. Connection refused. And now it's fixed. Okay. Well, it's probably fine. Startup probe. Liveness probe. So now it should stop hammering the connections so hard. It should be only once in a minute. Okay. Name or service not known. Interesting. So, yeah, that's the host name and port. So it registered the zone server, right? But it tried to connect immediately, but Kubernetes didn't return the actual host name. And I'm afraid that because of the probes, to be honest. Let's check that idea. So if we comment out the probes and just let our server run as it wants to, well, we see the same thing. Also, let's see for any errors that could pop up here. No errors. It's just green. Okay. Interesting. But okay, gateway. Cannot create login connection. Connection refused. That's okay. Zone server added. New connection created. Cannot create zone connection. Connection refused. But we do know the host. And then it authenticated. Okay, it actually behaves better this way. So maybe we get rid of the probes, I don't know. I definitely don't need the startup probe because it looks like it messes up the overall server startup process. Seems that Kubernetes tries to connect immediately while the instances of the other servers are still being started. Several retries, returns several errors. After creating the zone, the retries themselves connect to the created zone. Get the bot moving. Trying to make the connections that are refused start to occur only when the zones are ready to connect. I'm actually trying to figure out if I need these readiness and aliveness probes, because my server is built to handle all of that, all of these statuses by itself. So let's say a zone server connects to a vault registers that, and it knows if the zone server is got the bot moving as Brazilian slang. So basically, each component tracks the statuses of its corresponding components that it controls. So login server knows everything about the world servers. It tracks the connections, it knows when it's online or offline. The same as for the world server. World server tracks all the zone servers. And that is tested already. It works pretty fine. But here in Kubernetes can become aware when certain service becomes available or not. So basically I can add these liveness and startup probes, and it will actively check to connect, for example, for the client's port. But the thing is, if it fails to connect, it considers the service to be down. So other components cannot connect to it, which is a problem because if we take a look at, for example, a zone server, when it starts, it does load some data for a little while, but it connects to the zone server. No. First, it starts listening for gateway connections, and then it connects to the zone server and registers itself. So then the gateways can connect to it. So what's the problem there? So I did see. Means I don't know what's going on. I was late to the conversation. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to figure that out myself. And I don't know if this is something that I need. So the problem that we saw in the previous deployment, not this one, but the previous one, was the gateway server received a zone server host name for registration from the login. So that means that the zone server is up and running. It sent the registration to the world, and world forwarded that connection information to login, and login forwarded that connection information to the gateway. And now the gateway is aware of a new zone server, so it tried to connect to it, but it couldn't because Kubernetes was not allowing that. The hostname was not resolving because probably the service was down, because Kubernetes was thinking that the zone server is still not ready. So this is a problem, and I think I should get rid of that. So probably the startup probe. Let me read again about the startup probe. Indicates whether the application within the container is started. All other probes are disabled if a startup probe is provided until it succeeds. If the startup probe fails, the kubelet kills the container and the container is subjected to its restart policy. If a container does not provide a startup probe, the default state is success. So I assume when I do provide this probe, the default is failure, right? That means that Kubernetes is not registering the service. So yeah, I don't think I need that. I think I only need the liveness probe, and it should start with a delay. Actually, we have already a period of 1 minute, and the liveness probe should fail with this threshold which is default of 3. So after 3 minutes, it could fail, and then it will indicate to the Kubernetes that 3 minutes have passed and the server is not accepting connections. There's definitely something wrong, so we need to restart it. So let's see what happens if we just do that, because I think this is more than enough we will catch any potential problems with something silently failing. It should be good enough. Wait, what was that? Failed to sync? What's going on? I managed to copy it, I think. Yeah, so there was... where's the word rep? Failed for volume conf, failed to sync config map cache, timed out waiting for the condition. What? Config map? But okay, weird. That's nothing related to my actual servers. So if we take a look at any gateway, let's see, how does that behave? So can I create login connection? That's fine. It's gonna constantly hammer it, but at least it knows where to connect to. So Kubernetes did give it the DNS record for the login server. That's good. So now login connection created, authentication confirmed, authenticated. Now we receive zone server added, and we actually managed to connect to it without any problems. Also no, here we have a connection refused. This is weird. Maybe I do have something wrong with the startup procedure, but yeah, it did reinitiate the connection. And then everything looks fine. So maybe some small hiccup, but yeah, that probably indicates that there is something wrong with the startup order or something. Let me double check. So the zone server should start listening for gateways. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that could be a problem because... Wait, what do we have in the Ymirheim code base? Because I think I fixed that. Gateway listener. Huh. Yeah, we do have a slight problem. It was supposed to start the gateway listener before connecting to the vault. So then as soon as the gateway receives the information about new zone, it will connect it to already existing. So yeah, that's a problem. I need to fix it. This is a weird problem. But okay, that's totally on me. That's not Kubernetes. Here, Kubernetes actually works totally fine, as expected. So I'm gonna leave it at that. And we will have just the liveness probe once per minute. It should be good enough. And it will act as a startup probe as well. So if the server fails to start listening for the connections for 3 minutes, it will be restarted. Good. Good. Okay, do I need anything else? Let's try to delete everything and start again. Because yeah, those config map errors were a bit weird. I'm not sure why that was happening. Maybe something Helm related. Maybe like Helm created config maps after the creation of services. I don't know. Seems weird to me. Let's take a look. So yeah, something fails. Yeah, config map. Now everything is fine. Yeah, it actually starts zone instances. Everything looks fine. What if I delete this and create one filled zone server less? So it shouldn't be enough to actually start populating the world. Let's double check that. Really weird. Even for the Cube API access. What the hell? But okay, let's see. Pods. Login server. Did it start? No, it is offline. Okay, good. And the zone server. Zone fields. Yeah, it didn't accept anything. Good. So no zone instances are created at this point. Now if I scale it to 2 replicas, do upgrade. Now as soon as the new zone server gets registered, it should start. Yeah, now this one receives zone instances. Perfect. That actually works. Okay. What else do I need? I think for now this is actually an okay-ish setup. Everything seems to be working. Yeah, roll an update. I wanted to see if I can figure that one out. That one could be tricky because actually it should be totally fine. So let's say if a login server gets a roll-in update. So that means that the previous one is running. World is still connected to it, right? The new one is spinning up. New one is spinning up. Kubernetes will change the DNS right away when it starts, when the new one starts. But at that time, both login servers are active. Is that good? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Because we do have connections, not connections, but sessions in the database. If you kill the zone server, not even that, if you gracefully shut it down, what will it do with the with the sessions. It will disconnect any players that are connected to this login server directly, like they're in process of managing their characters, for example, or selecting a world. And that will close the sessions. So let's say a world server is running and there's one player currently selecting a world, for example. So the session is active on the actual zone server, right? Then a new server starts up. It looks into the database and it sees that session. Will it restore it? I actually don't think so, because I'm pretty sure it only looks for the sessions. Let's see. User session registry service. Registry load. Is character selected? Yeah. So what will happen is it will remove any sessions that don't have the character selected. That means that the player is not in the game. It will delete that session from the database during startup and load everything else into the memory. That could work technically. So the existing server is still running that session. And when the Kubernetes will try to kill it, that login server will close the session. It will try to delete the session from the database. And I'm not sure what would happen if it fails to delete that. Probably nothing serious, but I would need to actually do the test. But okay. It should be fine. But yeah, I guess I need to do more tests before actually enabling rolling updates. But yeah, that would be perfect if I actually can do that. That would mean completely seamless server restarts. Well, not completely seamless. Players would still get disconnected. If, for example, a gateway server gets recreated, then yeah, when the old one is getting deleted, the players will be get disconnected. But something like login, for example, or zones, yeah, still we're not going to be able to transfer the sessions to the zone servers. Well, not sure if I need it actually. Maybe it's actually good enough that we are using the recreate strategy, because we will not benefit with rolling update. Just because it's a stateful application. It's not like a web application, it's an actual game server. So yeah, I guess we don't need that. Okay. But other than that, it's actually working. We managed to figure out the game data. We figured out all the Helm settings. We figured out the commands for different types of servers. We managed to configure all the endpoints correctly. We have the liveness probe, which is awesome. We can limit resources. I need to properly play with that. And see how that goes. Have our configs, have our data. We even have a database, an optional test database that we can connect to. So yeah, this actually looks good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day for today. We will continue with this tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow is... Oh yeah, tomorrow is Friday, so we're gonna play a game tomorrow. But maybe I will stream game dev before the gaming stream. We will see, I don't know. Probably, most likely. Because yeah, I'm on a vacation for a week and a half. But yeah, I'm really glad that we actually managed to do this. So, okay, let's see, can we rate somebody? Maybe we can rate somebody new, I don't know. What about this person? Yeah, let's rate this person. So yeah, what did we do today? Yeah, today full day was Kubernetes day, and we actually managed to make it work. This is really good, really good. But yeah, we're still not done. I need to clean up everything, like all the tests, all the old files. I need to move this to the root folder, and improve the way this whole setup works. Test login, metrics, stuff like that. We're still not nearly done, but at least it runs inside Kubernetes. This is surprising that I was actually able to make it work today. It's been just a day and a half of work. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Probably I will do a game dev streaming before the gaming stream, but yeah, we will see. Not sure. So yeah, hope you having a good day and hope to see you next time. Bye bye.